Hello, everyone. I am officially live yet again. I hope that you are doing well today. If you are new here, I'm Alex, and this is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Today, I am going to be reading hopefully a couple different books. I am still reading The Golden Spoon by Jessa Maxwell. I'm on page 107 of that, and I'm enjoying it so far. I think that it's a fun read. I like that the chapters are pretty short and it just, is moving along swiftly. I will say, while I say it's going fast, I know that it doesn't seem like I've read much since my last sprint. And that's just because I've been busy doing some of my other hobbies and I haven't been spending as much time reading. And that's been true, honestly, for a lot of this year. And my reading, like in terms of just how much I'm reading at one time, goes in cycles, and I can recognize that I'm just kind of at a low point right now, and that's okay because I'm still reading, and that's the important thing. And then I do plan to start another book. It's funny because I had you all vote last week between the Bones Beneath My Skin and The Golden Spoon, and you all chose The Golden Spoon, but it was still by a pretty close margin. And I've decided that I'm going to go ahead and start The Bones Beneath My Skin, and this is the cover. And I just think that it sounds like a lot of fun. And I think it would be a good way to kind of like have two books going at the same time that have, I'm not going to say a similar vibe because this is a murder mystery and this isn't, but stuff that is still light and easier to read. TJ Klune always has the habit of making me cry, so I won't be surprised if this ends up being an emotional book as well. But I'm fine with that. I'm good with it as long as it's not dark and depressing like some of the stuff I read to start out the year. So totally good with it. I do realize that the thing I forgot to say earlier was if you were watching live, welcome. And if you were watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. And as always, this is just going to be a chill time. Sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack, curl up under a blanket, put a fan on you. This is the first day in a really long time where it feels like it's fan weather. I don't need one because I run really cold, but I can imagine some people are actually pretty toasty right now. And I am thrilled. I am so happy because I went out hiking today. I actually took the day off of work, which was nice because I knew that the weather was going to be good. And I had to take my dog to the vet to just like get an assessment done on like his oral health and how he's doing to see if he needs to have his teeth cleaned again. And just like the fact that I took the day off and I went out hiking and I just took that time for me was a really great thing. And to have such a gorgeous day to do that, like I could not have asked for better weather. So I'm just extremely grateful. Feeling very positive about the overall day right now. So I'm going to go on over and see how everybody in the chat is doing. And I do want to say as well that right now I'm just drinking water out of a little like Yeti container that I got at work because it keeps my beverages really cold. And I like it because it's super small. So it doesn't make me feel like I'm trying to drink like a gallon of water. But yeah, I'm going to go over. And you all can let me know what you are eating and drinking tonight as well. You know, we always get on the topic of food because people always ask me what I'm having for dinner. And I will tell you all that here in a moment. So first person to show up in the chat was Swank. And Swank says, howdy, everybody. Happy Hot Tub Day. That's a good day to have. Happy Respect Your Cat Day. I have no cat, but I like that one. And happy Black Forest Cake Day. I don't think I've had a Black Forest cake. That sounds tasty, I hope. I don't know what that entails exactly. And Swang says, I'm 173 pages into my reread of Sunrise on the Reaping. Nice. The book is so good. It feels like it did reading the first book. Oh, that's awesome. I love it so much. And Denise says, hello. Immersive reading Green Wild for middle grade March on page 178. Thinking about going for a walk. Yes, go do it. I will always support your decision to go for a walk. And Caitlin is here. Hi, Caitlin. Caitlin says, hello, everyone. I finally finished Deep End last night and now going to read the first Warriors graphic novel, then on to something else. Fun. Very nice. And Nicole is here. Hi, Nicole. Nicole says, hello, eating supper, hamburger, steak, mushroom gravy, fried potatoes, and Brussels sprouts. That sounds divine. And watching The Masked Singer with the family. Not sure what I'll be reading later. Well, I hope that you have a just wonderful evening. I love it so much. It sounds like a fabulous time to spend with your family. And Skeleton says, hey, y'all, I'm at 80% on Moon Garden and enjoying it. I'm glad to hear that. And I'm way behind on my BookTube prize judging reads. What books are those that you're interested in? I don't think I've heard anything about the BookTube prize judging reads. So I'd be curious to hear about those. And Heidi is here. Hi, Heidi. Heidi says, hello. I read The Blue Castle since the last sprint. It was just what I needed. It's similar to Cinderella, but in 1926. Awesome. It's great. Christina's here. Hi, Christina. Christina says, hi, everyone. Alex, I will be starting Bones Beneath My Skin tomorrow. Be my first Clune book. Oh, that's so great. I love it. I didn't know you were going to be reading that, but I think it's cool that we're going to be reading it at the same time. You're probably going to finish it before me, and that's totally cool. And Heidi says, Alex, are you excited by baseball this year or not? I don't have any plans right now specifically to watch this coming season. That doesn't mean that I won't, because I felt that way initially early last year during spring training. And then I ended up getting a subscription and I watched it. So I think the main thing that irritates me about the games is like whichever ones they decide are blackout games, which to me is just extremely irritating because they end up being quite a few of them. And I don't want to get Fox and also have MLB TV to be able to watch all of the games. So like trying to figure out like timing of like which ones I can see and which ones I can't, and trying to plan around that schedule. Sometimes I just get so over it, but I still love it. I mean, it's still great to watch. So I really want to go to the stadium though, to like actually see them play. I think that would be really fun. And Jamie's here. Hi, Jamie. And Jamie says, happy Friday. I'll probably be coming and going, but wanted to say hello and boop the like button. Well, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. And Heidi, I should have asked you. I mean, I know that you typically seem always really excited about your team, but are you feeling really excited about baseball this year or not? And Chris is here. Hi, Chris. Chris says, hello, Alex. I'm glad you're doing well. Thank you very much. I hope you are doing well too. And Skeleton says, if it's anything like the Black Forest coffee drink I like, it's dark chocolate and cherry. Ooh. Okay, that would be pretty good. Also, sorry, Bubby is having a fit out there because there's so many people outside. And he's had a trying day. He gets really, really scared about going to the vet. And I felt so bad because our vet is also where I board him if we need to go on vacation. And keep in mind, that does not happen very often at all that he's had to be there. But he thought that I was leaving him, even though he was just going in for like a really quick checkup. And I was just, it was so pitiful. I felt awful for him, and I had to like pick him up and carry him over to the scale because they had to weigh him, and he didn't want to like be weighed, and he didn't want to be there. He just desperately wanted to go home. I felt so bad, my poor boy. And Swank says, I just had oatmeal with raisins. It's a devil's food cake with cherries between the layers. Oh, okay. Oh. And Skeleton says, I got nonfiction group C, aka the Depressing History Joggers group. No. Oh, that's sad. I'm sorry. Chris says, I'm trying to finish Ministry of Time, one of the last women's prize books I have left. I need to read that. And so I'm curious what you are thinking of it so far. So when you say you're trying to finish it, is that like you're pushing yourself to get through it because you don't really like it? Or is it something that you're actively enjoying reading? Would love to know. And I will also give you all your first question because then we can jump into our first 45-minute sprint. And I think just because Swag said it was National Hot Tub Day, I will put up the question, when is the best time to use a hot tub? Summer or winter? I think this should be interesting. Hash it out in the comments and debate. Heidi says, I'm having the same issue. I cannot access it on streaming, so we'll try to remember to put it on the radio. I have a feeling if the Mets go on a big winning streak, they will get my attention. Yeah, that's fair. Because I follow the Brewers. The Brewers is my team. It's been both great to watch them over the last few years and also really frustrating because they do so well up until the very end when it's like go time to, try to make it to the World Series, and they can like get the wild card and they could just be right there and then not make it. And that has been a really dejecting. And I'm sure a lot of people who've like watched their teams struggle over the years are like, oh, shut up. Like, at least they're doing well. And that's true. They are doing well. It's not like they're cursed or anything. But I don't know. When I first started watching baseball, it was like so palpable, like how good they were doing and how like close it seemed that they were getting. And that's happened to them now for the last like 5 years. It feels like that. I don't know. It's probably going to be the same way. If they start doing really, really well, I might tune in more. And Angela says, hi, Alex. Just had a roadkill sub from my local pizzeria. Oh, please do tell me what that is. Oh my God. You can't put the name there and then not describe what that is. Still working on David Copperfield for March of the Mammoths, hoping to finish it by the 31st. Flip-flop weather in Indiana. Nice. I love it. I just got a new pair of sandals, which I desperately need to break in. Keaton convinced me to buy them because they're a brand that is really popular where he grew up, and they're called Chacos. And he convinced me to get the ones that have like the little toe strap that goes around your big toe. And I can tell that my feet are going to really have to adapt to wearing them because I'm used to just like the over the foot sandal strap kind. So yeah, now that we're moving into just I don't want to say consistently 70 because we're not quite there yet, but like where I live, we had like a beautiful like 70-degree day today, and I mean it's going to be raining, so the temperatures are going to go back down again. But I think tomorrow the high, even though it's supposed to rain, is going to be around 70. So I'm so happy. I'm so excited. It was great. And Skeleton says, I have Ministry of Time on my TBR for next month for the Read Good Challenge. I've heard lots of not great things about it, though. Dang it. See, I've been trying to avoid hearing anything about books that I'm really interested in. Like, I have no idea how people feel about The Bones Beneath My Skin, and I don't want to. I just kind of want to like make my own opinion about it, because if I start hearing negative things, I start looking for them. That makes sense. So I think I'm going to go into that one completely blind. And Zach says, hi, I'm reading This Fatal Kiss by Alicia Jasinska. Very nice. Skeleton says, Chaco is a really good brand and Chaco Canyon is a great place to hike. I didn't know that was a thing. So that must be what Chacos are named for. Where is Chaco Canyon? Is it in like the west? Because I'm thinking canyon, so it's like, okay, like Bryce Canyon, the Grand Canyon type thing. I'm like the desert, Arizona. I don't know. And Skeleton says, but not in sandals. No, I would imagine not. And Robert says, hello, everyone. New fiber cable setup numbers are great, but I'm still trying to find the one button to go through favorites and access DVR shows, which I can't find. No, I'm sorry. You'll figure it out, though. You'll get there. Just going to take a hot second. But I'm glad that you got your new fiber, because that's always great to have faster internet. Skeleton says, Northwest New Mexico. Okay, so desert, right? The desert area. That's cool. I really want to go out to New Mexico. I haven't been there. I officially am like looking for planning a next trip now that's going to happen in 2026. And Keaton and I are going to go to the Grand Canyon, which I'm really excited about because I've never been and I really want to go. And we're going to go to Zion as well, which is going to just be fantastic. And I just think that would be a really cool place to hike. And the Grand Canyon, they have that train that you can take in, and they actually like go around the rim. And the train like goes into the canyon at like a lodge, and you can stay at the lodge inside the Grand Canyon, and then like the next day you take the train back out. And I just think that that sounds so cool. And I love trains, and I would love to be on a train for like 2 hours staring at the Grand Canyon. So we're planning that right now, and I think it's going to be awesome. And Skeleton says high desert. Okay, cool. Alrighty. Well, you all have your very first question. And thank you all for joining today. So without further ado, will get you into your or into your first sprint, I should say, of the evening. And Keaton popped in and said, "Hi, everyone." So he is currently getting ready to head back home, and he said that he likes to tune in to the beginning of my sprints because it kind of sounds like a radio show, which I thought was really cute. So I'll hopefully be seeing him very soon. And if you want the answer as to what we're having for dinner tonight, I made rainbow trout yesterday, which was my very first time ever making that, and I did it on accident because I thought I bought salmon. Rainbow trout, when it doesn't have a head on it, looks exactly like a salmon. And it was not, although the flavor is kind of similar, but I ended up liking it even more than baked salmon. And we have a whole slab of it left over tonight. So we're going to have that and some steamed broccoli. Gonna be great. And Heidi says Zion was fantastic. You hike in the Virgin River and you end up in caverns. Ah, that sounds great. I love it so much. I'm really excited. I'm just glad that we've like officially planned something, because it's one thing to just talk about going on a vacation. It's another thing to finally like get stuff booked for it. And it's going to be our first one that we're going on where it's not for a family event. We're not going with friends. Like it's literally just us, like Keaton and I having a vacation. Can't wait. Sorry. Enough about that. I'll get you started here, and I will see you all in a little bit. Happy sprinting. Hello, everyone. Come on back. Let me know how you did during that sprint. I made it to page 122 in the Golden Spoon, and the last 22 minutes of the sprint I actually spent reheating my food and eating. So I feel a lot better now that I've had my dinner, and I feel like I'm going to be able to concentrate more, which is good because it's always difficult to concentrate when your electrolytes need to be replenished and just generally when you're hungry. So, yeah, doing a lot better. And before we left, I asked you all the question, when is the best time to use a hot tub? Is it the summer or the winter? Let's see what you all had to say. See, Angela said the roadkill, you're talking about the pizza, is just turkey, roast beef, ham, bacon, mozzarella, onion, lettuce, tomato with their signature sauce. It's great. Huh. Honestly, sounds pretty interesting. I've never had turkey or roast beef on a pizza. So, cool. And Angela says, hi, Keaton. Skeleton says, winter, I guess, for hot tubbing. I've only done indoor hot tubs where it doesn't really matter. Oh, that's fair. Yeah. I have done a hot tub in the wintertime. And I will say that while it really sucks to fully get out of the hot tub, the getting in and being in the hot tub is really great. So I would say if I had to pick any season to do a hot tub, I would prefer it when it's colder outside, because then when you get really warm in the hot tub and you need to cool off, you can just stand up in the hot tub and just kind of like cool off for a second and then go, ooh, it's cold, and then get back in. That's my personal feeling. You said, during my divorce, I lived with some friends who had an outdoor hot tub, but we never used it, and then a hailstorm destroyed it. That is so sad, and did about $8,000 of damage to my car. Oh, I hope that you went through your insurance and got that repaired. That's terrible. I'm sorry. I have hail damage to my car as well, and I was on my parents' insurance at the time for my car, and I didn't report it to them that my car had been damaged, and then that was really stupid. So then by the time that they found out about it, it would have been too late to submit a claim. So I just live with hail damage on my car. I mean, it's been years since that happened, but I know now, don't do that. And Swang says, it depends. If it's inside, any time is good. If it's outside, summer is good, but you could do a polar dip in the winter if you got the urge. Yes. Yes, you can. Though, to be fair, oh, sorry. Sorry. To be fair, I don't know like what it feels like to be in a hot tub in the summer, because I've never done that. So to me, it just seems like it would make sense that you have like the hot and the cold to do it in the wintertime. And I didn't know if it would felt good to mix hot and hot. And I mean, I guess if it's a summer night, I mean, they can get, kind of breezy, be down in the 60s, which I guess would be lovely. So yeah, I mean, you have a good point. Kat, hello. Kat, it's good to see you. Kat, I missed your sprint on Friday because I was out hiking. I'm sorry. And you said, happy Friday, Alex and friends. I just got back from the library and filling up the gas tank of my car. No reading for me tonight. My dad is visiting this weekend. Oh, I hope you have a wonderful time with your dad. He said, sprints will be on in the background as I'm organizing. Oh, well, thank you very much. You said, as for the question, I don't use a hot tub, but I would guess winter is the best time to use one. I don't have one personally either. I've only ever just been able to get in one that somebody else had, either at a hotel. So I've used an indoor hot tub before. And that my experience with that is same thing, kind of like standing up and having to cool off in the wintertime. I would be in the hot tub and then I would get like way too hot, and I got out and I went and I just jumped into the pool, which felt like just a huge shock of cold water, swim around in that for a little bit, and then I get back in the hot tub. So I feel like I have to have something that cools me off. Otherwise I would feel sick. And Caitlin says, I'd go with winter, but I'm not much of a hot tub person. That's very fair. And Angel says, hi, everyone, and hello to you. Andrew and I are out on a day date lunch at Olive Garden and the bookstore. That's awesome. I love Olive Garden. They have great fettuccine Alfredo, and especially going to the bookstore, too. That's so fun. When we get home, we're going to read The Spell Shop. Oh, awesome. Yay. I'm glad you're both going to join us next month. It's coming up fast. And Kat says, hi, Angel. Angel, that sounds fun. Love that you're joining us for the spell shop. Yes. And Angela says, if I had a hot tub, I'd live in it. It helps with pain and inflammation of the joints and arthritis. That makes a lot of sense. Are there like small, like little baths that you can get for like your hands or your feet or anything like that? Or do you like to take baths, Angela? Because I personally do enjoy soaking in the tub, but funny enough, when my back was hurting me last week, fortunately, I've been without pain now for 4 days, I think it is. So I've been feeling pretty good. But I was afraid to go and lay in the tub because I thought that having to like put my back up against the tub would exacerbate the pain in my shoulder blade. So I have no idea whether that would have helped or not. I just like would take a hot shower. And you said, hi, Kat, enjoy your time with your dad. And Angel said, hot tub in winter. Hi, Kat. And Teresa says, hi, everyone, and hello to you too. Need to start by finishing up my Lenten stuff for the day. All right. And Andrew, hi, Andrew. Andrew says, hi, everyone. Hot tub in the winter, preferably in the woods at a cabin at night to see the stars. Yes, and also where other people can't use your hot tub. That sounds nice. And Kat says, hey, Angela. Kat says, how are you liking the golden spoon, Alex? I'm actually enjoying it, Kat. I really am. So what I didn't realize for this mystery, and I think it's actually pretty cool the way that this is structured, and it's not a spoiler for anybody who wants to hear this. So the very first chapter is the host of our show finding out that somebody has been killed after one of the competition stages, and you're like, oh, okay, so we're going to be jumping, pretty much right into finding out about the murder mystery. Well, no, we actually go back in time to earlier when the contestants are being chosen, and then we get like multiple different days of them competing in their particular challenges. And it's cool because there's this buildup of wondering who's been murdered. So we don't actually find out at the very beginning of the book who it is that's been killed. So I've got like my theories about who it could be. I don't have any theories right now of who the murderer is. So I actually like that. I think that's really good that I'm not sitting here like, oh, I feel like I figured it out. I do not feel like I figured it out. So it gets points in my book for that. And it does have that odd blending of like cute little kind of like baking show, where they're talking about the different food and the combinations that they're doing, while there's also this interesting mystery going on in the background. I wouldn't exactly call it cozy, but it's not as as like high stakes as some other like murder mystery books. So if you're looking for something to kind of like gently read that also has baking elements and you want to figure out both who's been killed and who the murderer is, this is a pretty good choice. So thank you very much for sending this to me. Caitlin said, made it to page 134, so should finish next sprint. Awesome. And Zach says, I'm not a hot tub person. All right. And Skeleton says, listen to another 7% of Moon Garden. Read a little more on Cue the Sun. Nice. And Angela said, it was a hot sub. Oh, a hot sub, not a pizza. I'm sorry. The roadkill was a sandwich. Okay. That explains why I was confused. Really sorry about that, Angela. And Denise said, read 27 pages, didn't go for a walk yet. My phone was almost dead. Didn't want to go without it. Had to charge it. We'll be headed out soon. All right. Well, that's good. Stay safe out there. Kat says, bless you, Alex. I've been having a good time going out hiking. I really have, though. Admittedly, I might be overdoing it just a smidgen. To give you an idea, today I hiked. Well, I've taken almost 18,500 steps, which, I mean, for people who walk, that's really not that much. I know, like, if you go out and you do like 10 miles a day, that's nothing. But for somebody like me who's been sitting inside all winter waiting for the opportunity to get out, and I'm just out here just like, yep, I'm pushing my body really hard to just go and do 6 miles. I can understand why my body has been horribly retaliating against me in some ways, but I can't help it. I really can't. I go and I get this idea in my head of what I'm going to do, and then I do it, and then I have consequences for that, both good or bad. But one of the things I am thinking about that I believe would be really fun and also help with the motivation of just like continuing to go outside, though admittedly I don't really need much motivation right now. But have you all heard of the Conqueror challenges, like the virtual challenges online? They like you can sign up for them and they do cost money, but they're not super expensive. And what you do is you can sign up for whatever like mile limit you want for a particular medal. And it's a real, like made of medal that they will ship you in the mail once you have completed your challenge. And you can do it in your own time frame within 24 months. And you can obviously set your challenge to be a lot shorter. I mean, if you wanted to do 50 miles in a week, you could do that, right? Or you could do 400 miles in a year, which I think is really cool. And so I've been looking at different like medals that they have and what the mileage requirements for those are. And I've got it narrowed down to a few that I think I'll probably pick one and try to do it. So right now I've got it down between one that's 52 miles, which wouldn't take me as long, obviously, because that's like if I'm walking 6 miles in a day, it's pretty reasonable. There's one that's 100 miles and another one that's 400 miles. And the 400-mile one would take me quite a bit. And I'm worried that that one would be pushing myself too much to try to like commit to that mileage. So I feel like going with like the 50 or the 100 would be much more reasonable to just like kind of kick off the season. So let me know your thoughts on that. I think it sounds like a lot of fun. And Skeleton says, yeah, my insurance company has so many claims. They brought in a special company that took all the panels off and massaged the dents out from the inside. That's cool. That's really cool. Swank says, hi, Kat. And Teresa says, I love outdoor hot tubs in the fall or winter. Very nice. You said, we have rented cabins with hot tubs outside. I really want to do that. I think it would be fun. Skeleton says, my house in New Mexico had a jetted tub in the main suite. Very nice. Oh, that's great. Cat says, hi, Swank. Skeleton says, I'm going to have to add the golden spoon to my TBR. Okay, well, hey, I convinced somebody to read it. I haven't finished it yet, so I don't know whether the ending is good. I'm just saying that up to, this point, which is a solid way into the book, it's fun. And Kat says, yeah, I'm happy to hear you're enjoying it. I really enjoyed it. I'm glad. He said, any activity is better than no activity. Applauding your hiking, Alex. I've been walking almost every day, at least 30 minutes. That's fantastic. And I love that. And I am somebody that I admit I do not enjoy walking outside when the weather's not good. So I'm definitely like a fair weather hiker. I can handle rain a lot better than I can handle like snow or, hail. But if it's going to rain, I don't want it to be like a freezing cold rain. Spring is kind of the limit on the temperature of rain that I can handle before I just feel miserable. So I think I'm making up for lost time is how I feel, and that's probably why I'm pushing myself so hard. So I think it's great that you're going out and walking every day. And Skeleton says, anytime I have an active day, my Aura ring spends the next few days telling me to go back to bed. That's funny. I love it. And Angela says, I subscribe to a woman's channel who tries to walk 1,000 miles a year. It's in England, so there is a lot of wet walking. Oh, yeah. Like you would have no choice there. I'm sure I've mentioned this before, but when I was in London for 2 weeks, it was beautiful weather because we went in May, but we had to carry around like a jacket and an umbrella at all times because the sky would just randomly go from being like the best cloudless sky to raining, and it would feel like the temperature dropped like 15 to 20 degrees and you would be freezing, and then the next minute, maybe like 2 hours later it would be hot again and sunny. It was the most ridiculous thing that I've ever seen. I've never experienced weather like that before in my life, and I feel like where I live, can really go through like different emotions of weather in the course of like a week. But in London and in England, it seems like all of that happens over the course of one day. And Elena's here. Hi, Elena. Elena says, "Hey, Alex just finished reading Only She Came Back by Margot Harrison and read 40 books. So if I read 5 more books by the end of March, then I'm happy." That is awesome. Great for you. That's fabulous. We are getting ready to start our next 45-minute sprint. And so your next question is going to be, would you rather walk to work in heels or drive to work in reverse? And this is going to tell me which people live very, very close to work and which people do not. So this one is not my question. I saw this somewhere and I thought it was really funny. So I'm just throwing it out there. But Keaton actually just got home, and I'm going to go check on him and see how he's doing. And I will see you all in a little bit. So happy sprinting. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 129. I spent a lot of that sprint talking with Keaton since he got home. So we were having a nice conversation, talking about what we needed to do for Barker. And we both agreed that we're going to go ahead and book to have him get his teeth cleaned at the vet. So that's not going to be very fun for him, but he'll have a happier mouth afterwards. So I guess that's all that matters. So before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather walk to work in heels or drive to work in reverse? Let's see what you had to say. Let me go back. Elena said, I will be reading The Legacies by Jessica Goodman. Very nice. He said, it's a mystery book. Nice. We're both reading a mystery right now. And Swang says, drive backwards. I'm textbook flat-footed, so heels are out. I didn't know you couldn't wear heels if you were flat-footed. I've never heard that before. Skeleton says, my office is just down the hall from the bedroom, so I can manage that in heels, and getting my car up the stairs would be inconvenient even in drive. That's hilarious. I was wondering if we were going to have at least one person that was work from home, so that was a clever response. And Angela said, I have flat feet, so I've never worn heels in my life. Got two people who said the same thing, and I'm no longer in the workforce. I don't like driving any distance in reverse. Well, hey, it looks like you get to just skip this entirely. And Kat says, I don't live close to work, so I will have someone drive me to the sidewalk leading up to the school building, drop me off, and walk to work in heels. You're so funny. Kat says, good one, Stina. And Zach says, I'd walk to work in heels on my 1 to 2 work from home days just to make things more exciting and drive in reverse for the others. I like that. You do both. You're overachiever, Zach. The question also made me think of the song Watch the World Burn by Falling in Reverse, which I'm currently listening to. Huh. Fun. Elaine says, just made myself some coffee with creamers. Very nice. Now that you say that, if Keaton makes coffee, I'm going to have some because my long walk this morning, I am really feeling tired. I've had 3 weeks now in a row where I've come on here and I've been tired, but at least this one is self-imposed for a good reason. Heidi says, hi, Kat. And you said, Alex, I just posted a picture of the Narrows at Zion on Kat's Discord. I pinged you. Oh, okay. Hang on. Just so I don't forget, I'm going to pull up Discord on my phone. Because I don't think I have it set up to give me... No, I don't have it set up to give me notifications if somebody pings me. So I didn't see it. So I will do that now. So let me... All right, cool. I got it pulled up. So I will look at that during the next sprint. Thank you. And Kat says, howdy, Heidi. And Jamie says, back from work and ready to read. I don't do heels ever. It will have to be drive in reverse. Good thing I work from home. Oh, all of you all with your work from home. That's cool. Heidi said, Alex, when you go skiing, if you stay overnight, those lodges usually have an outside jacuzzi. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, one day I will ski. And I admire you for remembering that conversation, Heidi. Yeah, I don't know when that will happen. Maybe one day when I go to Colorado. And Heidi says, Kat, I'm so excited for OSA. Old school April, right? Yeah, getting all my books and TV shows in order. Alex should join. Yeah, I haven't participated in that yet, but I always think it's so great to watch everybody else doing it and like having their teams and stuff. I think it's cool. Andrew said, I would rather drive in reverse. I'm pretty good at it anyway. There you go. I would have to drive in reverse because I go into the office 4 out of the 5 days of the week. I have one day where I work from home, and I cannot walk like 20 miles in heels. Can't do it. Kat says, Heidi, I organized all my movies for Old School April today. I need to pick a few books. I'm excited. You said, hey, Jamie and Andrew. Heidi, Alex could just count the spell shop, which she is reading anyway, plus she crochets, she plays video games. I do all of those things. He said, perfect timing for chatty part. I'm eating my burger. Oh, nice. I'm jealous of your burger. I've been really good today. I've eaten healthy foods and my body is craving fat like so badly. I noticed something. So I don't know for all of you, and I don't know how interesting this is going to be for conversation either, but when I was growing up, all I ever heard was people being like, oh, well, you need to stay away from carbs. You know, carbs are bad for you. You need to like eat higher fat foods. And I had like family members that did keto and everything. And so I just realized that a lot of the foods that I ate growing up, like nuts, for example, like, you know, like peanuts, walnuts, and, you know, I love peanut butter. Oh my gosh, I love peanut butter. You know, that those were always considered healthy in my family. And like to a certain degree, they still are. But I have this thing on my phone where I've been inputting my food and it will tell me like what percentages of each type of food group I need. So like protein, carbs, fat. And I have like very, very heavily swung into the fat where I'm supposed to be eating carbs, and trying to figure out a good way to like get more carbs has been difficult because of like what my body craves. So right now, if somebody put a burger in front of me, I would just devour it, like Mexican food, Chinese food, anything that has like something like fried in it. I just want to eat it so bad. And I'm trying really hard to be good. Heidi says, Cat, the Blue Castle at its heart was a Cinderella story with a modern twist. And Swank says, played Speed on my phone. Nice. And Skeleton says, I finished Moon Garden. Really neat story. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. That's wonderful. And also, if you can hear something in the background, it's because Keaton's running the vacuum. And Denise says, went for a 40-minute walk while listening to Green Wild. That's awesome. Glad you got your walk in. Kat says, yes, Tina, I will read Moon Garden eventually. And he said, good for you, Denise. And Denise says, no more work for me. I'm retired. Oh, well, you also get to miss out then. You can just skip this one. Skeleton says, join the Scoobies, Alex. And I do love that name. I probably would end up being a Scooby because I love Scooby. Kat says, yeah, join the Scoobies, Alex. I'll look into it, I promise. I don't know that I can commit to anything right now, but I'll look at it. And Skeleton says, I just discovered something relevant to old school April, but I'll save it for the sprints question. Okay. And Kat says, Berry Girl does burgers. I'm jealous. So jealous. The last really good burger that I had was when I made smash burgers here at home. And I was just really pleased with how those turned out. And now I want those again. So if anybody else is like, Alex, you're making me hungry. Well, guess what? I made myself hungry and now I'm mad about it. Or maybe I should blame Kat. Kat made me hungry by mentioning delicious hamburgers. So, okay. I'm going to have to eat something. I'm probably going to go like get a can of pineapple, eat that. Because I also love pineapple. Does anybody else really love canned fruit? Like, I love fresh fruit too. Don't get me wrong, but there's just something about like canned peaches and canned pineapple that I love so much. But we can head. Cat saying, so sorry. Please don't be. And I hope that's sarcasm because I want you to eat all the delicious food. I want everybody to eat delicious food. And to be clear, I'm not a dieter. Like, I'm not on a diet. I'm just trying to be more conscious of what I'm eating. So I can't guarantee what I'm going to eat tomorrow. I just know that I've been good today. And Kat says, I love canned fruit. Also mandarin oranges. Yes, mandarin oranges are delicious. I do not eat nearly enough of them. And now I want some of those too. I'm going to go get some canned pineapple. All right. I have not been as productive during sprints tonight with my reading because I keep getting up to like eat or go talk to Keaton, but I'm going to eat again. So, you know, it just, you never know with me. Skeleton says can, not so much, but packaged in plastic or glass is good. Okay. And Christina says, anyone love fruit cocktail? Not sure if they still sell. I grew up on that stuff. They absolutely do still sell fruit cocktail, and I did really enjoy it when I was a kid. I haven't had fruit cocktail in years, but I loved it. That was actually how I discovered that I like pear. Though if I had to pick with pear, I would always prefer to eat pear fresh than canned. And Kat says, yes, Christina. Well, perfect. I got to give you all your next question. And this next one is going to be if you had to choose a small superpower that couldn't be used to save people, but could fix minor inconveniences, what would your power be? This came to me randomly last week, and I forgot to put this question up last week. So I remember to do it this week. Woohoo. So do let me know what your small superpower would be. And I have gotten us set up for our next sprint, and I will see you all in a little bit. Bye. Hello, all. Come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page. Let's see. What is that? 147. So there you go. That's how much I have left to go. I gotta start turning down my lights in here so that I'm not completely blinded and washed out as the sun is setting. Isn't it wonderful for the sun to still be out at 8 p.m.? It's a great thing. Before we left, I asked you all the question: if you had to choose a small superpower that couldn't be used to save people but could fix minor inconveniences, what would your power be? Let's see what you all had to say. Do-do-do. Let's see. Stina said, I'm going to go find some dinner and then decide which booktube prize book to focus on next. I've already started all 3 I have left. All right. Zach says, you can't trust most nutritional information. For example, the food pyramid that was completely hijacked by lobbyists for the sugar industry. Yeah, I think a lot of us know now that the food pyramid is not accurate. And, the thing I always go back to is eggs. At what point in time did a doctor ever say that eating eggs was bad for you? And it's just like continuously swung back and forth over the years of like, oh, they're high in cholesterol. Oh, but they're a great source of protein. And it's just constant, and you kind of just have to figure out the best diet for you and what your body needs. So like I still feel hungry. I ate a can of pineapple and I still feel hungry, and I have not like skimped on food at all today. And maybe this was the reason that I typically gravitate towards a high fat diet, because it makes me feel like I've actually eaten something. So I don't really know what I can snack on left tonight, but I might have to find something. And Skeleton says mending. Oh, nice. The power to mend. I like that. Zach says salt and a lot of different fats aren't anywhere near as bad as you're led to believe. Oh no, true. I mean, there's definitely such thing as healthy fat. I mean, like avocado is one of those. I love avocados. Skeleton says, seriously, mending is the most underrated cantrip ever. So true. And Swank says, I hate maraschino cherries. I always remove them from the cocktail. Christina says, Skeleton, which book two prize books have you liked so far, and what are the 3 you still need to read? Skeleton says, I'd have taken your maraschino, Swank. I've always picked them out and left the rest. 2 people who would have been perfect to share a fruit cup. Skeleton says, I can't really talk about what I liked until Tuesday, but the 3 I have left are The Age of Deer, When the Clock Broke, and Everyone Who Is Gone Is Here. Oh, I like the last title. That's a cool title. And Swing says, be able to flip switches and locks with a wave of my hand. I like that. Heidi says, how about an infinite amount of cash? Is that a superpower? Heidi, I'm so glad you asked. So, okay, this would be my superpower, and it's kind of a cheat, and that's why I like it. My superpower would be the power to refill anything. Okay, so think about that. So it could be something as simple as like, yeah, you have a staple food at home and you need to like refill your container of flour or something like that. But you could also theoretically refill your bank account. And I like that. So that would be mine. And Kat says, yeah, like a magic wallet. It provides you with the exact amount of money you'd need to fix anything. That's kind of the way that I think of it, is like if I could refill anything, it wouldn't be that I would just like get an infinite amount of something. I would refill it to the point that I need to get by or to buy something. And that would be its use. So again, like not something that's necessarily overpowered, but would also provide like a sense of security. And I think that that would be great. I want more security in my life. And Nicole says, hi, Alex. It's Friday. Yay. Yes, it is. And hello to you, Nicole. And I'm reading Body and Soul by Frank Conroy about a music prodigy. Cool. And you said instant hot meal would be my superpower. Then again, having a hot meal is a lifesaver and a major inconvenience to not have one. So true. That is true. And I like that idea of like, you can just instantly heat up anything. That would be nice. I guess the power to instantly have, like, whatever meal that you want, like a perfectly cooked meal would be amazing. I would take that. Like, I enjoy cooking, but there are some days that I wish I could just, like, magic the thing I want into existence because I just don't have the energy. Oh, man, that would be great. Kat says, "Hey, Nicole." And hello to Kat. And Zach says, "I'm munching a can of beets. Your pineapple made me hunger." Beets. I've never just eaten beets. So I think that's cool. It would probably very red. Skeleton says, "I nuked an Aussie pie, chicken and mushroom from the store. So not as good as Waltzig kangaroo, but still very tasty." Chicken and mushroom. I love mushrooms so much. I love mushrooms more than I like a lot of meat, to be honest with you. Like, if mushroom is a substitute for something, a lot of cases, I would be more than happy to eat it because I just love them so much. Jamie says, "I'd like my superpower to be cleaning the litter box by snapping my finger." I like that one. That's really good. Kat says, "Okay, I'm hopping off, but keeping the sprints up. We're starting to watch the second Venom movie. Happy weekend, everyone." And happy weekend to you too, Kat. Thank you. Enjoy your Venom movie. Denise says, "Only read 4 pages, then my sister called, just got off the phone." Oh, that's nice. I hope you had a great conversation. Jamie said, "I made it to 409 in Painted Devils, about 90 pages to go." Awesome. You said, "Have fun, Kat." And Angela said, "I'm all for Kat's magic wallet." Yes, absolutely. Skeleton says, "I love mushrooms as long as I don't think about all the myco horror I've been reading." Oh, yeah. Only think about mushrooms as a delicious, wonderful addition to the culinary world. Not talking about the ones that can kill you, but just specifically the edible ones. Teresa says, "I made shrimp scampi for dinner." Oh, that sounds so good. And listen to the Phantom Toll Booth. I am not loving it, but it is okay. That does not offend me because I did not read the Phantom Toll Booth as a kid. But I think that might make some other people sad on the call because I know Nicole, that was like one of her favorite books, I think. Oh, wasn't it, Nicole, like one of your favorite books as a kid? Because you've told me that I should read the Phantom Toll Booth. It's still on my TBR. I hope it gets better, Teresa. I hope you end up liking it more by the end. And we have made it to the 3-hour mark, which means we are down to the last 2 sprints of the evening. And we have to decide, you all get to decide, what order we're going to do them in. So we're going to have one 30-minute sprint and one 45-minute sprint. And you get to tell me 30-45 or 45-30 in terms of what order we're going to do them. And you can let me know. And Nicole was like, "I'm sorry." Oh no, Teresa says I'm reading it because of Nicole. Aw. Well, you know what? It's okay if you don't enjoy it. I've had people not enjoy books that I really love too. So it just happens. Teresa says, "Thank you. I hope it gets better also." Swing said 45-30. Perfect. And Nicole said, "How far in are you?" Yeah, are you close to the beginning or are you getting kind of like middle, closer to the end? Jamie agreed 45-30. So awesome. I can do that, which means you all get the question, what is something you've learned over the last week that was interesting? It does not have to be interesting to anybody but you. The important thing is that you found it interesting, and I want to hear about it because I'm probably also going to think that it's interesting. So please tell me. And Teresa says, "Nicole, I'm about a quarter of the way." Okay, so you still got quite a bit of it left to go. It might turn around. It might make a comeback. You never know. And now that you all have your next question, I will go ahead and kick us right in to the next sprint, another 45 minutes, and I will see you all in a little bit. So, happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I didn't get a whole lot of reading done during that sprint, but I did get to page 158. So making progress and happy about said progress, even if it's slow. Before we left, I asked you all the question, what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? Gotta get back to my last comment here. All right, Nicole was talking, I think, about the Phantom Toll booth and said, okay, I'm not sure how well it works as audio only first time, but some people liked it better as it moves on. The start is intentionally dull. Okay, well, that's good for me to know when I get to it. Stina said, I just found out that Spotify has at least some Goosebumps books as albums instead of audiobooks, so they don't count against my audiobook minutes. Oh, that's nice. I love it. Swank says, sloths only poop one time a week. Honestly, that makes so much sense for them. It really does. And Swank says, I'm wearing all black with a Venom t-shirt. It's the logo from the 2023 video game, though. Oh, the 2023 video game, though, Spider-Man 2. That's awesome. And Jamie says, I learned today that the first ever Irish language horror film is being released next week. It's called The Ghost. I was not even going to try to pronounce it the other way, but The Ghost. Really, the first ever Irish language horror film. That's wild to think about because our horror films are not even a dime a dozen. They're more like a nickel a dozen, maybe even a penny. Angela says, because I keep up with true crime, I learned Idaho has recently made the firing squad priority in death penalty cases and lethal injection secondary. Yikes. Kohnberg's trial begins in August. There is a lot to be said about that, and I won't linger on it, but part of me, there's a small part, almost feels like dying by firing squad would be better because it would be faster, but I don't know enough about the differences. Like, I know how horrible lethal injection is. I don't know how horrible it would be to die by firing squad. And I don't ever want to find that out. So the fact that they did that, though, they changed that rule. They had to think that it was more humane in some way, right? For them to do that, or is it more sadistic? I don't know. Zach says, and I'd make a fortune being the world's most effective pest control. There you go. I had to fight some ants in my house this week, and it was very frustrating. They were crawling in my bathroom, and I hate it when they're in my bathroom. Zach says, one thing I learned this week that was interesting is V is the only letter in the alphabet that is never silent in any English word. It's the only letter that's never silent? That's really, huh? I've never heard that before. That's cool. I had to pause at that one. My cool like fact really doesn't seem, I guess, like a cool fact, but it's more something that you should look up if you've never seen one before. Look up a gray-eared nightjar. That is the name of a bird. If you've never seen one before, they genuinely look like tiny little dragons, and they're absolutely adorable. They're nocturnal birds that fly around and eat bugs. And they look very similar to owls, but they are not related to owls at all. And they're a lot bigger than you think that they are, because to me, they look like they were super tiny. They are not tiny. And I just thought that they were really cool. And apparently they're in different parts of like Southern Asia. So if you've never seen one, look them up. They're incredibly cute. I actually put one as my lock screen on my phone for a little bit just because I wanted to be able to see it. I don't know. Look at it. Oh, it's so cool. They're really great. Just tiny little dragons. Chris says, I'm 50% into Ministry of Time, not sure what to think about it. It's headed someplace and its destination will determine if the reading journey was worth it. That to me is usually how it goes, is I can start out feeling any way about a book in the beginning, but depending on how it sticks the landing, that will determine what the rating is. Zach says, I also learned something else interesting. Due to gravitational time dilation, the core of the Earth is about 2.5 years younger than the surface, and the core of the sun is about 40,000 years younger. Really? So that's because I'm guessing the core of the Earth and the core of the sun is under so much pressure. Like the gravity is so much greater than the outside surface that's why it's causing the dilation. That's why I'm taking a guess. And Andrew says, I learned Jim Beam made a pineapple flavored whiskey. What? Oh, I might like that. No, I mean, it's Jim Beam. I don't know if I would like that, but I would try that. How about that? I would try it. Andrew says, made it to page 142 in the spell book. Are you reading the spell shop? Or is it a book called The Spell Book? Denise said, read 29 pages on page 267. Very nice. And Nicole said, Teresa, may just not be your thing. When we read it last summer, one person started out super unimpressed and then loved it by the end. I do hope that for her. Can't love them all. That is so true. Nicole said, no, not ants in the bathroom. So annoying. Yeah, we had that last year as well. And it was like a long, hard-fought battle that I did eventually win. And they came back this year, but it hasn't been as bad as last year. And so I was like spraying around the bathroom. And so far, it seems like if I can keep it at bay the way that I have been this season, it's not going to get anywhere near what it was last year. I think they'd really just like the water in the bathroom, water in the sink, water in the shower, water in the toilet. I hate it because I'm somebody that's terrified of leaks. And so my brain goes, well, if there's ants in the bathroom, then that means there's a leak somewhere. And it's like, no, Alex, they're searching for water. So if they're outside searching for it, they haven't found it yet, which means everything's fine. So I've just been spraying the crap out of my bathroom. And Zach says, sorry about the pest control thing. It keeps deleting my superpower answer. Oh, okay. That makes sense why you brought that up. Sorry. I was a little confused, but that makes a lot more sense. Zach says, there's a book about all the silent letters in the English language. It's called P is for Pterodactyl, the worst spelling book ever. I would love that because it would make me feel better about myself, about why I am such a horrible speller. I mean, truly, there's like some of the ways that we pronounce words and the way that they are spelled, completely incoherent. Jamie says, oh, I just looked up the nightjar. They are adorable. They are, and I love them so much. And Angel says he means the spell shop. I figured. We all are progressing right along. That's great. Teresa says, Nicole, I'm still trying, but don't be surprised if I give it a 2 or a 3 star. And Jamie says, that sounds like a great book, Zach. I agree. Teresa says, maybe we need to put pans of water around our houses so they don't come in. Well, that's the thing is they have access to water outside when it rains. I think that they're trying to like bypass like getting basically flushed out of their home. So they make nests in like your walls and, underneath your floor. And fortunately for me, I don't have carpenter ants because carpenter ants are destructive because they actually eat the wood of your house. I only have like those really teeny tiny little ants that don't hurt anything. They're just annoying. And I don't like killing them, to be clear. Like I feel a similar way about killing ants that I do about killing bees. Like they have their place. They're really cool. Their like societal structures and their colonies are neat. I don't want to hurt them. I just don't want them to be in my bathroom. I don't want one near my toothbrush. It's not okay. Zach says, yes, you got the time dilation thing right, which is why also everyone who's been to space is technically a time traveler. They are a fraction of a second younger than they would have been otherwise. Yeah, I have heard that before, and I know that some people who have been up in space for a really long time, I think there was a guy who set a record for like the most time being up in space, and he was, I think, theoretically like 2 days younger than everyone else, because of how much time he was up there and how fast he was traveling around the planet and everything, which I think is really cool. And I guess it also, as you said, is related to gravity, so they don't have as much gravity acted upon them being up in the atmosphere. I always thought it was because of how fast they were traveling around the planet, but maybe that's not what it was. Maybe it had to deal with gravity the whole time. But we can also head into our last sprint of the evening, and I gotta update. I gotta update the time on this one to be 30. I am feeling pretty tired, and I can honestly say that I don't think I'm probably going to get any reading, or if I do, I'm going to get like a very little amount done during this next and last sprint. So forgive me for that. I'm just kind of needing a little bit of a mental break. I also just realized Keaton deliberately made coffee so that I could get some, and I never went to go get any. That's how tired I am. I forgot to go get coffee. So I will do that during the next sprint. Hopefully it's not like burnt or anything. It's probably fine. But your last question is the question I ask every week, which is, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? It could be something big, could be something small, could be something that you did 10 seconds ago, or something that you did since, last Saturday. And I just want to hear about it because I think it's important to talk about the things we have accomplished that we are proud of, because there's always something, even if it's small. And with that, I will give you all your last sprint. I'm going to go get some coffee, even though it's a stupid idea and it's 9 p.m. at night. I'm still going to do it. And I will see you all in a little bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back from the final sprint of the evening. Let me know how you did. I didn't do any reading during that time. And what's funny is I spent the entire evening when I was reading The Golden Spoon, so I didn't even start a new book. So there you go. Before we left, I asked you all the question, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? I'm looking forward to hearing these. Let's see. Teresa said, I got all my seeds started for my garden. Yay! That's so great. I'm so happy to hear it. I'm really excited seeing the plants come up now. It's beautiful. And Zach says, as far as I know, the person who spent the most time in space is like 0.2 seconds younger. The speed thing is also gravitational time dilation, but space travelers aren't going that fast yet. Okay, if it's only like 0.2 seconds, then that must be different than the thing that I heard, but that's still pretty cool. Fraction of a second. Angela says, did you see the new coffee mug they're using in space? It just floats around and you can sip from it without picking it up. Also, it doesn't appear to spill. I have not heard of such a thing. It sounds cool, though. And Nicole said, Teresa, that's fair. Nicole said, hubby's almost home and it's ice cream time. Thanks for sprints. Night all. I hope you enjoy your ice cream. Good night to you. Have a happy weekend. And Zach says, also, I'm pretty sure the time dilation effect is more about being under constant acceleration, not the actual speed itself. And the astronaut thing is about being further from Earth's gravity well. Okay. And Jamie says, the thing I'm most proud of this week is getting my preceptor certification at work. I am training my first new hire. They will be with me for their first 7 weeks. That's amazing. I'm proud of you. Great job. Stina said, I'm proud of myself for leaving the house to celebrate Vafeldagen. Vafeldagen? I don't know what that is, but I'm glad you celebrated it. And Kat says, I'm back. We made it through half the movie. Both Barry and my dad were falling asleep. I guess we'll watch the other half tomorrow evening. Hopefully it wasn't that they felt like it was boring. I know for me, if I get really comfortable on the couch, no matter what I do and no matter how interested in something I am, I 100% can just fall asleep right in the middle of it. So I understand that. And Kat says, although it's going at a snail's pace, I'm proud of getting books on my bookshelves. Proud of getting 2 books on your bookshelves. I'm guessing that's what you're saying. Or putting them back up on your bookshelves. Maybe that's what you mean. Either way, that's great. Jamie says, ate dinner during the sprint while listening to the audiobook of You by Carolyn Kepnes. I had just enough time to finish it. Awesome. Good job. Andrew said, this week is Angel and mine 18-year anniversary. Congratulations to you. Happy anniversary. Super proud of that. I love you, my queen. That's adorable. Also, I finally picked up the illustrated version of The Silmarillion by J.R.R. Tolkien. Well, that's so great. I hope you all do something really fun for your anniversary, or you just do whatever the heck you want to do. That's what's important. And Denise said, no reading this time. Thanks for the sprints. And thank you for coming. It's great to see you. Kat said, happy anniversary. Blessings, Andrew and Angel. Cheers to many more years together. Yes, I second that. And Stina said, Vaffeldagen is Swedish waffle day. It's a pun for a saint's day. Oh, that's great. I would happily celebrate a waffle day. Swing says, I'm proud I read Sunrise on the Reaping. I read it just for pleasure and it was great. Oh, that's awesome. I'm very happy for you. Jamie says, yay, happy anniversary, Angel and Andrew. And Kat says, yes, I'm organizing my bookshelves. Okay, getting them back on your bookshelves then. Well, that's awesome, Kat, that you're doing that. That's really great. It's good to start doing stuff for the spring like that. I've already begun some like spring cleaning stuff at my house, trying to like clean out my closet and get rid of some of my clothes. You know, what's funny is I have never been, pardon me, I'm sorry, everyone. I've never been a big like clothing person. Like I don't collect clothes, but I somehow have managed to acquire a lot of clothes over the years, and they're not like high-end things. A lot of stuff I've gotten from Goodwill, and I'm very proud of that fact. If I can get something on sale, I will tell everybody that I did that. Um, but I just like look at my closet and I'm like, okay, there are some of these things that I wear every week, and some of these items I don't think I've touched in like 2 years. I need to start getting rid of stuff. So I have begun that process. And Angela said, made it to page 502 in my book. Woohoo! Only 386 to go. That is a big book. That is a really big book. Thanks for the sprints. I got 72 pages read tonight. Have a great week ahead. You too, Angela. It was great to see you. Thank you for coming, as always. Have a great weekend. Kat says, thanks for sprints, Alex. Happy weekend, everyone. To you too, Kat. Thank you for coming and hanging out with me. Even though I so frequently end up missing your sprints. Thank you. And the same thing to Nicole. I feel bad about that. So thank you guys for coming anyway. And Angel says, oh, thank you all. And Zach says, if anyone is willing, Pixie Plays is going to live soon. She's having audio issues, and we'd really appreciate feedback on whether people hear distortion and how bad it is when she talks. All right, if anybody wants to head on over there. Thank you, Zach. And Stina said, I've decided to focus on everyone who is gone is here, the United States, Central America, and the making of a crisis. It's most intimidating. Okay, well, then it would be, yeah, a good choice. Kind of get it out of the way, and maybe you'll end up really liking it. Jamie says, thank you for sprints. Thank you for coming. Skeleton says, thanks for the sprints and the conversation. Thank you. And Jamie says, see you tomorrow morning, Kat. Yes, a Kat. Go and hang out with Kat for an hour to do her, it's like an affirmations, like positivity hour, like productivity hour. Go and hang out with her. It's a cool thing that she's doing. And Swag says, thanks for sprints. And thank you. And with that, happy weekend, everybody. And I hope to see you all next week. Bye.